Good morning, good morning, good morning. 44 Trading Nation. How is everyone this fine? What day is it today? Goodness me, that's a good question. Hey, Monday, Blue Monday, hence why I'm wearing blue, right? We're going to turn this blue into green, I hope, for today. That will be the plan. Audio check very quick. Christian, how's my sound? All good? Seth, good morning. Always on time, like it. Okay, fantastic. All right, let's kick us off, guys. All right, so this morning, all right, so we're having a bit, if we have a look on the market overview, stock heat map, right, we have a mixed but tradable setup this morning. Macro backdrop remains relatively supportive with volatility and treasury yields lower, while small caps also showing relative strength. Technology, particularly in the semiconductors, showing weak, remains weaker than the rest of the market, which of course we saw that towards the end of last week. A lot of rotation out of the electronics and AI space. So the question is on open whether or not this market reacts positively to weak data, right? Because we had some reports come out this morning, which I'll run through with you all. Just want to have a quick squiz at the market overview, right? So fear and greed index sitting comfortably at 39. The VIX, we peaked last week at 21. Obviously, a lot of fear flooded into the market during that massive sell-off after earnings on Tesla. Of course, we have to pay attention to earnings this week. I'll mention that a little bit later as well. So looking at the sentiment overall, I personally am moving from a neutral to cautiously constructive overview, right? This to me looks to be a controlled pullback. Of course, we are always watching the sentiment as it relates to the geopolitical situation in the Middle East. And of course, that does factor in significantly to the decisions that we make in our trading and which stocks we specifically look to pick. I also, as you know, always like to look at the drill down from a higher overview, right? So looking at the market basis. All right, so let's have a quick, VIX we said is now at 17.9, I beg your pardon. DXY holding supportive over last week, so not much change there. We had some news this morning. The US Treasury yield should react to that report this morning from, let me just pull it up here. Give me a second. All right, so economic data that came out this morning. German IFO business climate came back positive, right? Better than expected forecast, which shows sentiment in Germany improving. That should have some impact over on our end here in the US markets. See, the money supply in the Eurozone also was higher than expected. So increased M3 money supply, that of course is indirectly inflationary too. So we've got to keep our mind on that, right? Flooding liquidity into the market, propping it up to some degree. And then of course, US durable goods month over month came in slightly lower than what was forecast. Let's see, what else do we need to just keep an eye on? Obviously, the biggest concern is the geopolitical overview, right? We're seeing that pretty much in the stock heat map. We can see very broad-based participation, right? But for the most part, neutral to, I would say, it's actually pretty much a mixed bag, right? So it's hard to say whether it's neutral bearish or neutral bullish. But if I look at the technicals and I look at the way that things have flowed last week and what we expect for this week, as I said before on open, I'm expecting this to be a volatile week, obviously paying key attention to earnings with the big tech names. And Apple obviously been a strong leader into the close of last week, and hopefully that continues through this week. Palantir, of course, I started to set up a trade position based on earnings. So you guys all know that I'm long on that stock at the moment, managing that position. Doing the same with MU and, of course, Tesla. So Tesla will be watching very, very closely. I'm expecting some weakness with Tesla on open, perhaps a pullback followed by recovery, but we'll drill down into those individual plays as the day unfolds and as we trade it together. But those are the key stocks I'll be watching. Basically, I put my list up there: SPY, Qs, Palantir, MU, and Tesla. As you know, I've always got an eye on Now, right, for that rotation back into software as a service. And Now is one of those companies that I'm specifically keeping an eye on, especially those that are rate sensitive. We want to keep a close eye on those over the upcoming weeks and months. And then, of course, also remembering the caution that I shared last week, which I do also want to maybe share a short presentation on sometime this week, is the impact of the seasonal changes that we're in, right? So August, September, right, is generally risk off situation, right? But of course, we've got so many different factors that are at play. We need to, of course, weigh all of those up and then make our decisions accordingly. So in terms of two-way traffic, I would imagine today and much of this week is going to follow the same trend as last week. I would say Thursday and Friday. So if we plan for that, right, don't get committed to any long duration day trades. We might have to switch back to scalping. And you guys know I was a little undecided going into the close of last week in terms of how I would be approaching this upcoming month in terms of my trade strategies, and also which accounts will I be focusing on. Am I going to be focusing on my long-term account, my swing account, or my day trading account? And I think I'm leaning towards day trading. The market is kind of pulling us into that space, but we'll see as the days unfold. I haven't committed to a decision just yet, but I'll take it as the days go by. All right, so let's have a look. See, have I missed anything? Market structure levels are all out there. You guys know you can trust the charts. Not much change. I haven't updated the SPY and Q charts too much, right? Other than perhaps intraday levels, but I'm not really focusing too much on intraday at the moment. I'm looking for those broader ranges, right? The swing ranges, and then trading off of those. So looking for key support levels, you know, inside or outside of pre-market ranges, and trading those. And if it's intra-range, you know, intra-pre-market range, or we find a solid range developing on any one of those stocks, then we'll switch to scalping and literally go in, out, up and down. Because of course we don't worry about direction. That's what's the beautiful thing about us as traders. We go both ways, right? We can bet in both directions if we need to. All right, who have we got with us so far this morning? I know we do have started a little bit earlier so that we could get ahead of the curve. And Steve C, good morning. Christian, good morning. I see we're still filling up. Seth, who else have we got? Christian, obviously. There I am on repeat. Christian. And then, let's see, have I missed anything? I don't want to miss anything important for you. Most of technology, MU, AMD, Avgo, Tesla, Meta, all the big guys, right? Everybody down with the exception of Apple, right? Apple showing some good strength, relative strength. And we do see that broad participation, market breadth. And what else can I mention for you this fine morning? Earnings, we should probably have a look at earnings. Give me a second. Give me just 1 minute, Jay. Okay, great. So we've got some big names this week, right? We've got SoFi, we've got Microsoft, Meta, Hood, Starbucks, Carvana. These are all beautiful names to trade, right? QCOM in the AI space. We'll keep an eye on those for this week. What else we got? Marvell as well on Thursday. Let's see what else piques my interest. Apple, of course, Amazon. TEM is a nice AI stock I used to trade quite frequently. I might take a look at that, see its levels. Roblox, FSLR. Oh, this is a great week for earnings, guys. Great week for earnings. Maybe start working on some of those plays for the week. All right, let's have a look here. What have you guys got on your list? Anything I've missed? Any momentum plays? I'm not seeing much bullish momentum on the scanners this morning. I don't know if you guys picked up anything, anyone in the room. If you do, shout it out and we'll post the alerts and obviously help everyone as much as we possibly can. Because ultimately, like we said, we want to end the week the same way we started last week, right? And ended last week. Green, green, green. There's a cup of coffee. What are we? Maybe we should just drill down into, initial expectations on the technicals. So Tesla, I could see it pulling back to that 308.31 level very quickly on open, but we do have a gap up. So, strategy one could consider as a gap and go. But we've got to be careful of reclaim, right? So looking at that, let's actually have a look because I had it in my report. I didn't drill down into it into great detail. Maybe I should make mention of that. Give me a second. Let me pull that section up. Yeah, I think the key for today, guys, as always, is going to be to stay disciplined, right? Protect your capital and allow the market to prove the trade, right? Let the trade come to you. We're not going to force trades. Let's stick to our ranges, right? Pre-market open. Watch the range. We're looking for outbound breaks, or we're looking for intra-range trades, and just adapt, guys. Adaptability. That's all we got to do. We got to trade what we see and follow the flows as they go, right? So where the liquidity moves is where we go. We flow like water. Yeah, I mean, who used to say that? Was Bruce Lee, one of my favorite martial arts fan. I was a fan of him growing up. Anyway, okay, let's see. So what I'm going to be looking at specifically on open, guys, I'm watching very closely, as I said, on my overlay, right? Overview. I've got Micron, Alphabet, Tesla, and Palantir. So these 6 stocks are what I'm going to be looking at, or 2 ETFs, and obviously on the stock side, I'm going to be looking for trades, managing my open trades, and then looking for new positions. I might intraday scalp on these stocks, right, to build up to lower my cost basis, and ultimately put me in a better position for the longer term, right? Because I'm building this as a position specifically in Tesla and now Google. Excuse me, I beg your pardon. Google and Micron have been obviously focusing on that the past couple of weeks. So yeah, any alerts in there, guys? Anyone spotted anything? I doubt it, right? Because my scanner is also running a bit thin this morning, and I don't want to change my parameters too much because I've got them very nicely dialed in. So for me, when I do pick up potential trades on my scanner, I give them quite a bit of credence in terms of reliability. So if I trade my scanner, then of course it'd be good for you guys to trade it too on your paper trading accounts. But if anything like that pops up, I'll shout it out. FBRX did come up there, but it's had a really strong run up in the pre-markets. So I'd exercise caution if anyone decides to jump on that train. Maybe keep a cursory eye on that just to see where it goes later today. But as I said, we don't need to really focus on those small, riskier trades. We can make more than enough cash just simply focusing on, ETFs, Mag 7 options, momentum breakout trades on, Anyway, so let's have a look, see where are we now. We're about 6 minutes away from open. See if anything else has come up. So I've got ENTX as another momentum play. FBRX actually isn't too bad a play. I mean, it's got a decent market cap. Share float's not too bad. But personally, I'm not going to trade it, I'll be honest. I like to stick to, my trading style, and it's worked really well for me up until now. Okay, what else? We got now sitting at 100, Adobe, AMD. Who's watching AMD? I think, Christian, you said you on that. Yeah, and Intel, good, Hood, good. Interesting to see what Marvel does today. NVIDIA, what is NVIDIA? Always got to keep an eye on NVIDIA. Let me switch over to my trading account. Get ready for market open, 5 minutes away. Let's bring you guys across over here. Good morning, DVG. Good morning, good morning. Okay, I need to just get my trade set up here, guys, very quickly. Alphabet testing pre-market highs. Let's see if we get a breakout. Or is it a fake out? I think we'll get that 330 today quite, I don't want to say quite easily, but I'd actually like to see it push through with some strength. Also bearing in mind on the higher time frame, let me maybe pull that up quickly just to give you guys some insight to that, those of you that want to trade it. Let me pull it up on my charts. I haven't got that. Yeah, this one on the higher time frame, remembering where we are, right? We hit the 200 EMA. We broke out of the ascending channel, and it looks like we want to come back into that. So if we come back into that, I obviously will continue to hold my long position. DVD, you want to? I'll pull this up separately, and you can feel free to speak over me, of course.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right.
Blue Monday, and I'm wearing the blue shirt to go with it.
Well, good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Hope everybody's doing well. Had a good weekend. Let's be mindful. We've got a big week of earnings. There are plenty of earnings happening this week, namely the big ones left in the Mag 7, Meta, Microsoft, Apple. There's definitely a handful of them. I'm sure you probably spoke to them, but I'll be watching ancillary names to, we'll call it the data center. So I'm thinking of like VRT, LRCX, names like LITE, ASML, etc. And even a name like Oracle. So Oracle is going to be high on my watch list, maybe to nibble here at the lows. I mean, it hasn't been this low in really long time. And they're definitely a sympathy play to this data center build out. So the one concern I have from last week was Google reporting that, hey, CapEx is going up, cash flow is going lower. Not a good sign, right, for those companies as far as a balance sheet and a financial statement perspective goes. However, we saw the same thing happen with Intel, which was a little bit concerning. Blowout earnings, bad on cash flow. So question I'm going to have this week is, as we look to the hyperscalers that are spending a lot more money in the data center build-outs, great. Do we care? I don't know. We'll see. Energy, what does that mean for the space? I don't know. We'll find out. Data center cooling, data center build-outs, I think construction, John Deere, and things of that nature. So I'll be watching like infrastructure names. Another one that I'm watching that's a little bit outside the remit for most people is Crown Castle. So for those of you guys who don't know what they do, looking at CCI, and they're down at like $75. So I want to find some of these beat up names. Crown Castle reported earnings again last week. Revenue beat, EPS didn't, but you know, $75 is not a, and is it cheap? I don't know. We'll find out. So I'll be keeping an eye on some of those ancillary names, possibly even to add to my portfolio this week for a more longer term position. But Oracle, definitely the surprise for me today. I'm keeping an eye on it here at 118 before we open in about 20 seconds. Justin, what are your thoughts? Did we lose Justin? I think we did.
Okay. I was muted. Okay, so watch Tesla, guys. Tesla on open. It's already showing its weakness. I could see it pushing down to that 308.51. And we're looking at strength on Palantir. Boom, up she goes, 127.10. Same with Alphabet, looking to go up to 330. Hit my target on Palantir. Boom, take profit. Sorry, got to be quick.
All good. Google on the move. Oracle, we're in the trade now. Let's see what Meta is up to this week. Microsoft on the move up to 392 now.
Oh, yes.
Anticipation
Palantir
earnings.
Beauty.
Wednesday. FSOR reports. Let's see. What's Boeing doing today? Let's see. Ahead of earnings. Man, Microsoft got a nice pop here off the open. So you guys remember, I tried to get into Hood into this week because they're going to report this week. I'm going to probably retry that trade today. Ended up getting stopped out, but it's at $96.
Okay, watch Micron all the way to 913.40.
Meta not looking great.
The level we're at right now is first resistance, guys and girls. That's first resistance. SPY target will be 742.32 if we lose that current level. At 744.85 is key. Also, Qs is showing greater weakness than SPY. So I'd expect it to accelerate quicker on the downside if we do get follow through. Sharp rejection on Palantir at that 127.10 level, which is obviously to be expected, but now testing the pre-market highs. So let's see if we get pull back and take off. Be nice to see that 135.14 today, or at least pre-run up to earnings, which is technically actually the basis behind the thesis of the swing strategy. Tesla still showing weakness, 311.49. Google relative strength. Love to see that 330 today. I think Palantir is going to break that level, guys. Still early, very early in the day. Okay, look at Micron, 913.40, very close. Where are we? 915.80.
Yeah, I think we might be getting a little heavy here on the Qs.
Yep, seen it too. Mine's under streams, Rick, under streams. And then Clifton's on the main screen. DVG, are you sharing your screens? I don't think.
No, not right now. I can get them up here in a minute. I'm just I'm in a couple trades, so I'll pop those up here in a sec.
No worries. Okay, Palantir back into pre-market. Tesla getting a pop or a little bit of a relief bounce. Let's see if it's a dead cat bounce. Google showing some strength, guys. Looking to test session highs. Looks like we're setting up for our target of 330. Let's. Palantir also pushing back. Still waiting for direction.
I like Hood here. I'm gonna go for it. There goes my Oracle trade. We're gonna go
Like
ahead
what
and
I'm
add
seeing
here.
from Palantir,
Share
guys. This
size,
is looking
Oracle.
bullish, very bullish on Palantir. Let's see if we're just crossing that 127.10 testing. Let's see if we open and close on the 1 minute above that. I think we're going to get follow through here. Volume increasing, RSI overbought on both the 5 and the 1. Alphabet also looking good.
Nice trade so far on Oracle. We're in full share size now. I'm waiting for like, I don't know, 123, 125. I don't know. We'll wait for the top to stop.
I'm watching for the follow through on Palantir, guys. Looks like it wants to go. There is some resistance though. Let's see. Could just be a double top. I think we can get follow through. Volume's increasing. MACD's extended. Nine crossed the. Anyway, you guys can see it. Okay, Alphabet on its way up. Okay, Palantir following. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Okay, my target, as you guys know, on Palantir is 135. I'll probably take profit at 134.90 trim, but this could still take a bit of time. Let's see if we can get there in this morning session. That'd be great.
Here comes Hood.
Beautiful, beautiful candle there on the 5 minute with Palantir. Okay, Alphabet almost there.
Let's go. We're 2 trades on, and they're working. I'm not disappointed right now. Watch the cues, though. We're getting a little heavy. Oracle now printing 121. Again, I want to see at least 123, but I have a feeling if people are going to get bullish on the data center build-out play, then we should probably see Oracle get a little bit of love. Boeing also reporting earnings tomorrow. Could be interesting to keep an eye on that just to see if there is rotation. We're seeing a nice push over the 214 print at the moment. So that's kind of cool. Guys, Hood, an awesome trade right now. See if we get over $100. In fact, in anticipation, I'm going to add some here. So we get a breakout on Hood. It's HOOD. Kind of eyeballing Microsoft here at 392-ish. What does it do? Question mark. I don't know. MU, a little bit of reticence around 925. AMD falling back to 516 at the moment. And AVGO back to the close right now as we speak. Let's see, 385 closes at 381.92 on AVGO. I have a feeling we're probably going to close that gap. BA looks good though, real good. you guys want to mix it up a little bit. AMD falling off. I might be willing to hold on to Oracle, excuse me, a little bit longer throughout the day just to see how things play out. Normally I would have taken a partial by now, but I don't know. I want to see how it plays out because they already reported their whole depletion of their business model, specifically around data centers. And they almost took on like an NBIS CRWV vibe where they were like leasing out their AI build out essentially, instead of like allowing people to buy it.
Palantir.
People. AMD now, guys, 512. Want to short that thing? Shoot. Looking for the breakout and hood over $100. I don't know if anybody's in that trade with me, but let's see if we get it. And Oracle's up here at the top. Let's see if we get a ripper.
I've added to my Palantir.
And man, I gotta take the scalp here, but
I might exit my Alphabet, Google at that 329, and then look for a re-entry. Let's just see what happens at that level. Rick, I added to the entry. So I was already in position pre-market. So I entered last week. It was an open position. So I just added at 127.10. So I'm playing it up to 135. I'll probably run it up to 134.90. Watching Google, guys. I might trim at the top and look for re-entry at that 330. Let's just see if we get some follow through. It's kind of hovering at that 329 level. Okay, Palantir getting some expected resistance. Still holding firm above the 9 EMA. Could see a pullback to VWAP and then hopefully some follow through, bounce up. There's a pullback to the 9. So Rick, you might be able to get an entry equivalent to mine, right? If it pulls back to this 127.10, you could look to enter. Could be fishing for strength for the next leg higher. Let's see. Okay, Google getting its second push. Let's see if we go through session highs. Okay, Palantir got that pullback to the 127.10. So Rick, you could think about entering now. You might want to be a little bit cautious and just make sure we stay above VWAP, right, and hold that level, which it looks like it's doing. 9's called slightly. You want to see price above the 9. Still long Palantir, guys. Watching that 127.10. Okay, Alphabet, I took profit at the top. I trimmed. I've still got some runners, but I could expect to see a pullback to pre-market highs. There's a bit of a bull flag on the 5, so just be cautious on that. Make your own decisions. Palantir bounced nicely off the 127, off VWAP and the 20 EMA. Just popped through the 9 EMA on the 1 minute. So looking very bullish. Want to see RSI cross the SIG line, which hasn't happened just yet. Getting a nice bounce on the RSI on the 5 minute with Palantir. Okay, SPY holding firm at that 743 level. Well, hovering around 744, right? I don't like all the wicks there on Micron, so take it easy at that 913.40. It's not bad for a long entry at that level, but we need to also look at the higher time frame. Okay, Palantir bouncing back nicely. Let's see if we get the follow through on the retest of the session high. RKLB, Rocket Lab. Seth, thank you for that. I'm going to post the alert. I'm not looking at it, but I'm going to post it. Is it RKLB? And that is at 67. Compliments of Seth. Thank you, Seth, for that. Okay, let's see what happens with Tesla, guys. Looking to test that low, session low, right? Still have that support level of 308, although there is a bit of a range there. I can see a liquidity gap as well, and we're literally hitting that gap as we speak. So I don't see a trade there, long or short. If you are going to play long, I'd do it off of the 308, but have a look on the higher time frame. I think we're going to still see it. I think we're still going to see some weakness out of Tesla. So my bias is to the short side. Okay, Alphabet looking like it wants to recover and push through. Let's see what happens here. I expect quite a bit of resistance at this level at 330. And we do want Palantir to go north. Let's see, what does the heat map look like? Okay, so have a look at the difference on the heat map now, guys. Everyone on my screen, it should be up there now. Notice the difference relative to this morning, right? So where are all the greens? The greens have all shifted to electronics, technology, right? That's where all the liquidity is flowing, where the capital is flowing to. Where's it flowing from? It's flowing out of manufacturing, energy, health, transport, utilities. So this kind of supports very, very much mixed, right? But the majority of it is, of course, still sitting in electronics and technology. Energies, let's see, Alphabet, trying to find some action. Okay, Alphabet, let's see if we break through. I'd like to see that. Keeping a close eye on Palantir. Hoping for a breakout here, that'd be great. I think once we clear this 130, it'll open the door to 135 nice and comfortably. Even if it drips up, we don't mind. Personally, I wouldn't mind seeing a pullback on Alphabet, but because I'd like to re-enter. So, you know, I've got some runners there. And I would like a bigger position. I wouldn't want to do it on the breakout. So let's just have a look. Keeping an eye on it. Tesla's still looking heavy. Okay, Palantir, is this our moment? Okay, SPY, excuse me, Qs starting to look heavy. Alphabet looking good. See if Palantir gets some love. Okay, we just crossed on the 1 minute on the RSI with Palantir. So let's see if any algorithms kick in. Alphabet finding decent resistance at that 330 level. There and thereabouts. It's close enough. Doesn't have to be exact. If we can be 99.1, that's close enough, guys. You don't have to be 100%. I like the setup on Palantir. Let's see if we can get some breakthrough. And Tesla's pushing to that 308 level. Micron failed. Looks like it's going to break through that 913.40, guys. That's a super strong bearish engulfing candle on the 5 minute. Those of you wanting to trade, watch the volume candle, see if it continues to increase. And of course, that then opens the door to the next level, which is a deep, that's a big move, right? That's actually not an intraday range, that 864, 913. So that would be very scary if it reached that level today. Not in a, end of the world type sense, but just it'll give a few people. Oh goodness, did you see in Korea how many margin accounts got called? There was a brokerage, I think it was something like 800 brokerages, don't quote me on the number, but what did they say? It was one out of 30 of their accounts had margin calls, and that was in the demographic retail space, right? Retail trader space. People aged between the age of, I think it was 30 to 45. I must double check that. And that's the danger, guys. That's the danger of margin, right? And not knowing what you're doing in the market, And this is what gets me. It's those people that get caught out, right? They think they know what they're doing. They got promised, oh, you can do this, you can do that, you can, 3 easy steps to being profitable. And then what happens? They get wiped out, and we never see them again. Because we only hear the success stories. We don't hear the horror stories. Ah, my man. Look at that. Clifton, you legend. Rockstar. Thank you for bringing that up. Yep. South Korea retail leverage just exploded. 1.2 million margin calls and hundreds of thousands of accounts wiped out in one crash overnight, guys. That is why I am here personally, is to help people not fall into that trap. The system is engineered against us. Bunch of charlatans. Okay, Micron, that's a bearish engulfing, but it's hit a solid level there at 907. Let's see if it follows through. SPY also super heavy. Easy trade here, guys. Goodness me. Easy. Okay, there's Tesla tapping at, what are we now, 309, pushing to 308. Tell me the markets don't have the power of life and death in them, right? All those margin calls. How many, I don't want to say it on YouTube, but how many of them are still with us? God forbid. Stopped on RKLB. Thanks for that heads up, Seth. So for those of you on your paper trading accounts, if you took that trade, remember, always discipline. Put your stop loss in place. Okay, Palantir. Let's see if we get a breakthrough here. Breakout. It's not a breakout by the strictest sense of the term, but just wanted to break out above this session high. Micron still showing major weakness, guys. Looks like we could actually, yes, if we hit that 864 today, SPY, look at the target, 736. I'd even run it SPY 739 at 740 level. I missed that one. Sorry, Mark. MBIS time. Too late on the party for that. I didn't see that. Actually, Mark, I didn't even realize you were here. I'm so sorry. Good morning. Good morning. NBIS lit fade. Okay. Come on, Palantir. Take off.
Nice.
No worries.
You there, Justin?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hood trade's not working out. Oracle's still okay. Q's rolling over. I'm sure you've been talking about it, but
Oh, yeah.
AMD kind of bummed. I wanted to short AMD around 520 or so, and whoops, missed it. The joys of stepping away for a phone call.
Well, whoever that was owes you a couple of dollars.
No doubt.
Cracking lame jokes today.
It's the doc. The Mr. Doctor Man.
Oh, no, that call you got to take.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a fun one.
Yeah, I'm at the age now where I start to get nervous of annual checkups.
I'm there.
Not really, but you kind of do because you don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah. Hey, you're healthy. Awesome. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Guys, Microsoft's at 392. I've been watching that level all morning, so I want to see what it does here.
Yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on Palantir still. I think we're going to get the breakthrough here. Still. And for those of you just recapping, I added to my position at that 127.10.
Man,
but if it doesn't follow through, I'll just exit it again. It's no problem because I've actually made my money already for the day on that Palantir trade, right? On the first one that I was in position from last week. So I've kind of made my money for the day already, but I'd like to see some follow through on this. And then also Google, I'm thinking of maybe taking a short scalp, option scalp, we'll see. Spread's a bit wide, so I don't know if I want to waste my time with that. I'm already comfortable for today.
I'm watching BA 214, right where it's at right now. The reports in 2 days. Airlines got wrecked because of oil prices last week. More and more conflict in the Middle East. I don't know. Feels like it's tug of war, no pun intended. No, Rick, I'm still in hood at the moment. It's only like a point, so I'm not worried about it. There goes Microsoft 393. Looks like we're gonna hit the boosters on that name. What's Meta doing? Nothing. Amazon. Nothing. Apple.
Guys, heavy. It's found a little bit of support, so it's slowing down a bit now, but I think we could see that 864.
CCJ reports this week up around 91. A little weak on the volume today, but guys, Microsoft getting a nice push, which is telling me that, I think people are getting bullish while they can. One last go. If it's going to happen, this is the week where if people are bullish the AI trade, fine. What we're seeing today, though, is people getting out of the chip space a little bit because while the money might be flowing there, how much of it's baked in now? Get out of the way because now, markets like to be sometimes forward-looking in theory. So like AMD, for example, $360 stock is what I have it in at, and that's being like really bullish. So it's sitting up at $500, but I'm not an analyst. So cue the disclaimer. I should
Come
say
on,
I'm not
people.
an analyst for JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley, one of these guys.
Come on, who didn't make money with Tesla today? Who didn't make money with Micron today? Who didn't make money with Qs today? Who didn't make money with SPY today? Who didn't make money with Palantir today?
Were you
On your
shorting
paper
Tesla?
trading accounts. Yeah. Pick any one of the calls we've made today and you would have made money. Anyone. Boom, Seth, exactly. Amen. Say it to all of them. So blue turned into green.
Nice.
Then my wife will tell me, you know what, blue is just a shade of green. They'll come up with some fancy name like, you know, fuchsia pink. All these funny, anyway, whatever paletted names for colors. Yeah. On the opposite side. Oh, Sid. Okay, let's see what happens here with Alphabet. It looks like it wants to test that 330 level. Nice bull flag there, guys, on the 5 minute. The bull flag on Palantir is starting to look like a windsock at an airport. Long tail. Okay, here we go. Here's a strong push, bullish engulfing. Is this the move on Palantir? Do we get rejected? There's a double top. Volume increasing. Extending on the RSI on the 5, looking good. I like what I'm seeing. Volume's increasing. Come on, come on. Same with Alphabet. Let's see what happens there. Seth. Just tell us when you enter in trade, Seth, and we'll do the exact opposite.
I'm still waiting for Oracle to pop to 1, 2, 3 at least. Hood getting, I don't really like this move, to be honest.
Yeah, my confidence on a breakout here with, if you can even call it that, on Palantir is diminishing.
Why am I not seeing this?
I'll stay in the trade if we hold this level. If we stay above 127.10, I'll stay in the trade. I don't mind if it's a swing trade. Okay, so Tesla's found its floor temporarily at that 308.50 level.
Microsoft rejecting that 392 area.
Micron looking heavy, guys. We could get the bears are back in town.
Okay, I might get taken out of Hood here. We'll see. Oh, yeah.
Okay, looks like we might have found a range here with Palantir, guys. Oh, which sucks. I was really hoping for some easy bread this morning.
AMD down to 498. Shoot. I wanted to short that thing all day today. I'm gonna see if my screens actually work. Let's see.
On the daily. Oh, I'm not even looking at the daily. Thanks, Mark. I should be doing that's bad discipline. Thank you for that. Although it is, let's have a look. Are we still outside that range or not? We're still in that descending channel. Yeah, see, this is a key level. We're still slightly out of it. Let me show you on my screen. Let me pull this up. On the daily for Palantir. Let me pull this up so you guys can all see this. Okay, so Palantir on the daily. And the weekly. Let's see if you guys can see that. Under streams. Guys, my screen is under streams. Okay. No. We got to fix that, Seth. We got to fix that. Okay, so we can see we are busy flirting on the daily, right, with this descending channel, right? And we've basically, where are we now? The 50.
I'm going to add to my hood trade.
This white line is the 50 EMA, guys. So the 50 is sitting at 131.43. And my target would be for Palantir would be 140.30, right? So 140.30. You see this resistance line of 140.54? I'd like to see us run up pre-earnings to somewhere in that band, 135 to 140. And I'd be exiting then, right? Or looking for, what does the earnings tell us? Are we going to have, is it going to take us further north, or are we going to pull back? But what I don't like is this descending channel, right? That's screaming at me. So if you trade within these ranges, you'll be safe.
Cue the disclaimer.
As we have been doing. Yeah, cue the disclaimer, right? On your paper trading account. Yeah.
Google.
That's right, Mark. So what we're hoping, not hoping, but what we would expect Palantir to do, right, is to be inverse to the market. So I guess as war also, the threats or the rumors of war and the threats of war increase, Palantir, 7 out of 10 times get some love. So if we get back into that descending channel, obviously we turn bearish.
AMD is getting wrecked right now. Jeez.
Okay, Alphabet testing session highs. Let's see if we break out of that 330 level. Palantir looking like it wants to test the highs again, session highs. This could be the breakout. Just need some decent volume.
Yeah, Rick, I added to it. The hood. Sounds like, are you in that trade, Rick? I normally don't like adding to a losing trade, but we talk about the stoplight. Watching, right? And we've seen buyers step in here. This green zone on the keys. We undercut it, hit Friday's lows almost to the cent, and bounced. So if we break this floor, yeah, market's definitely got some room to the downside. Especially when I see the chips like AMD aiming lower, AVGO finally getting a bounce off the close at 381.92. So do we see a little bit of a bounce here on the Qs? If you're bullish, you would hope so. If not, you magically just disappear.
My opening stanza or paragraph, I don't know what we want to call it, but was risk off, right? Risk off.
Oracle's looking great. No partial yet. Initial entry.
Alphabet's looking good. Alphabet's looking good.
Yeah, along with Microsoft. So Microsoft, Google, similar chart. What you want to see though is let's see if we get some love in the chip sector to help lift these markets a little bit, because man, they got slammed today. What MU get down to 885? And I'm not surprised, but I think this is somewhat forward-looking. If you know cash flow is an issue for hyperscalers, but you know they've already spent in CapEx, that money's already been allotted to the chips or the data center build-out names. Now you're just taking risk off the table. If you're a big institution, so it makes sense to see these chip names lead out. And where's the bottom? I don't know. Like MU, it was $103 a year ago. So it's up at 882. It got as high as 1255 on MU. So you tell me. I don't know. So Rick, since you asked, this is kind of what I was looking at on. Oops, there we go.
Question is your fair value crystal ball clearer than the next person, right? On MU specifically, because how do you determine fair value with a run up like that? From like 99 a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, some of it could be just looking at earnings and stuff like that. So you're looking at PEG ratios. That's what I end up doing a lot of. And like, it's pretty steep. But you could argue, depending on the forecasted growth,
it was a laggard.
Is that PEG ratio like, technically cheap? Kind of like if you remember NVIDIA with their earnings, they're blowing out earnings every single quarter, every quarter. And even like every time the price went up, you would think, oh man, it's too expensive. But it wasn't based on its PEG ratio. It was still pretty low. So I don't know. It just depends on which lens you're looking at. AMD for me specifically, like I don't know. I want to say it's like a $300 stock, but yeah, what do I know? And that's like fully baked as it is. But now seeing it, drop $30 in a day that was like probably one of my highest contenders.
SpaceX, for 110. Sure. All been very quiet regarding SpaceX. 110 today.
And then Rick, so I don't like adding to losing trades, but what I wanted to show you is like ahead of time. Or I actually just market, so it's on there. So low of pre-market, high of pre-market, 50% retrace. I'll just do this. Pretty cool how that works, right? Bounce right off that level. Does it need to hold? No. But I'm already in a somewhat losing trade, but it's a point and a point and a half. It's okay. I'm not too worried about it. Because we're making it up on Oracle. And I'm tempted to buy AMD down here. I'd rather buy AVGO, to be honest. In fact, let me pull up AVGO on the screen here. DA is still looking great. I'm keeping this up for rotation. Tesla, no thank you. Not today, not for me.
Could almost expect things to start slowing down now. Let's see. We're getting some action here on Micron, Qs, and SPY. Let's see if we get another push down. I mean, this looks like a downtrending setup. Hey? If you look at those three.
No doubt. No doubt. This looks like a cliff. This is right here.
Jeez, then everything's on the table. Each of those low levels, right? 736.58, 674, 864. Knives fall faster than elevators go up, right?
Well, I will say gravity in the stock market is not negative 9.8 meters a second. Or for those of you who measure in feet, 32 feet per second. In stock markets, that can collapse pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is looking very heavy, guys. What does Palantir do? Does it go with it? This Palantir re-entry is going to wipe out my gains for the day.
Guys, I am eyeballing the heck out of this Qs level. So if you guys remember, for those of you guys that paid attention to the green, yellow, red zone, green being where we found buyers previously, you'll notice, right? buyers, buyers, buyers. We dipped under it a little bit there on Friday's session. But within this area, every time we hit this little green zone, we found buyers, right? Buyers, buyers, buyers. And it's kind of it was a cool thing to mark up. We all watched it together. I think we had one more dip further back. It's 1 minute. Let me see, we'll go 5 minutes. There we go. So here's your green zone of where buyers have stepped in the last several sessions. And if we go further back, here's the bottom end of that green zone. You notice, right? And we tagged it on Friday, and now we're coming back and retesting it today. So it depends on how you look at it. We're either retesting it today to break it, which, yikes, we're kind of there right now. Or we break a little, consolidate, bear trap the heck out of all the bears, and then just go, hello, and take their money. So we'll see. We'll see. Only in 2 long positions at the moment, but I am watching a name. Oh, Hood, gross. Well, I was looking away. Shoot. I really don't like that trade now. What to do? I'll give it 10 more minutes. We'll see. It's a losing trade for me at the moment on Hood. We're patient. AMD or
We
AVGO.
like to see that, Christian. We like to hear that. That's good news.
Guys, AVGO. Let's go for it. 381. Can I get there in time? 381.50. 381.50. I'm going to go for it. We'll put a nibble out there on AVGO.
And it looks like it wants to roll over.
But it's out there.
Let's see if we hold this 127.10 level.
Nice.
Also.
Oh, Hood, what are you doing? No.
Okay, Palantir rolling.
No trade AVGO, guys. I might move it down to 381. It's fine by me. Q's now breaking. All right, guys, I'm going to dump Hood for a loss. No. That sucks. And we added to it, too. That's too bad. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Hood trade is... I still think it's not I don't know. Could be a meme name that goes wild. And they report this week. Report in a couple days. Well played, Christian. I like it. No trade, guys, on AVGO. No trade. I moved it down to 381. If it gets filled, it gets filled. If it doesn't, that's fine. And Hood, I'm going to close you right now. Too bad. Okay, I'll move it down to 380 now on AVGO for an entry.
Boom. Yeah, look at that, 874. And then you guys, 864 is actually coming up pretty quick.
Yeah, no doubt. We are taking the bottom out here on the Qs, guys. Or is this the old-fashioned needle and thread that I like to call it? DVG, I've never heard of a needle and thread. Needle and thread does something like this. Oops. Just basically breaks that level and comes right back through it. So, like, you know, you don't go long here. You wait for it to break, come back and retest that area, and then go long. And now you know your stop loss, basically. Oh, no. This is now breaking Friday's low. We'll see.
Yep.
I am not surprised, to be honest. Tremendously. Too much back and forth, man. And Microsoft at 392, I wanted to see that level be rejected or accepted. And we rejected it so many times today that now I'm going to put a region up there at 392 on Microsoft. Guys, I moved my entry for AVGO to 380. So I'm going to delete my post here because I've been, chasing it down. So let me actually repost that. AVGO 380. Why are you buying the dip? Well, if I had to pick a chip name, it would be AVGO. And Hood, bummer. That sucks. At one point, we were printing cash on it. And, oh well. Same with Oracle. I don't think we'll have that same mistake on Oracle, but I don't want to speak too soon. AMD getting wrecked today. Absolutely wrecked. Well, the only trouble mark I have with, like Google or Microsoft today, look at their charts compared to the rest, like with the Qs. The Qs are a direct reflection right now of the chip sector. Guys, we're in the AVGO trade at 380.
Yeah.
Then you see a name like, Google and Microsoft holding their gains today.
Yep.
So we're definitely in a stock pickers market these days. And AMD, I'm kicking myself. I'm glad, Christian, you crushed it. But, man, I've been trying to short AMD for all week last week. And I was watching 520, and then I started tinkering around with Oracle this morning. And then that freaking phone call came in, and I turned and looked at AMD, and it was down 20 points. Thought it was over by then. But look at it go. 487 now on AMD. 360 would be my target downward move.
Yeah, Tesla's broken through mine. I had 320 and now we're sitting at 308.
Nice head and shoulder on a 30-minute chart. Yeah, Christian. I was the same. Yeah. I was analyzing too, like daily. I'd done a bunch of different breakdowns of it. The trouble is like gap up. So I made money shorting it and stuff too, but this was the move I was waiting for. Like back here, 550, 560. But these big gaps, we saw it across the whole market this morning. And all right, AVGO. This is why we nibble when you're trying to go against the trend here. So just like that, 1.5 evaporated on AVGO, which is fine. But it's a baby-sized position for now. I'll wait. The Qs are definitely, feels like they're giving up. Feels like they're giving up. Dude, I want to go on a rant, but I don't want to get myself in trouble. Let's just say 2 weeks ago, my concern was exactly what we're seeing kind of today. And this goes back to like the journaling stuff, like being a little bit early to the party. But my concern was like chips might have one more pump in them left. Maybe. And that's basically based off of Microsoft and Meta this week and Amazon. But part of it was like, all things being created equal, inflationary aspect and devaluation of currency, all that other fun stuff. At what point do you get enough return on your dollar? So if we had inflation that potentially put your dollar at risk by, I don't know, it's just 15%. Safe 15%. I said inflation is only 2%, but that's year over year and a moving target at that. But let's just say inflation 15%, so that covers that. Let's add another 15% so you can return, and let's add another 3% because you got to at least make 3% to manage your book if you're a big company or big hedge fund. So, but yet you need to make 33% on your money. Look across the market. How many stocks or how many industries made over 33%? And then when you go above that, that's just the cream on the top, right? And at what point do people go like, yeah, you know what? I made 68%, 104%, 92%. And we just saw earnings from Goldman Sachs and the rest of the bunch in banking. And we happen to be in the middle of the year, and we happen to be in midterms.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
At what point do you just go like, hey, let's take some profit? And the trouble is like the profit doesn't have to stop. We've talked about this before. A 2% increase and decrease in markets right now seem like a normal thing. That's not normal by any stretch of the imagination. That used to be like circuit breaker discussions, right? Back in the day. Now it's just like a regular thing, up 2%, down 2%. But when you look at correction territory, when I was talking about the 55 SMA, if you guys remember that, like a month ago, if that becomes where we're focused on, by the way, that's on the daily, you'll have a really hard time breaking that, and a correction will likely follow. And the trouble is, a day like today, either bulls get really active and, you know, Trump says the magic words to get markets to, you know, shake things up, or I don't know, 10% is not out of the question. I don't think. And that sounds like maybe, oh, DVG, you're being super bearish. What's new, right? What's new? This guy's always bearish. No, I'm just saying, look at 13% from the highs puts us at this wonderful 662 level. You trying to tell me that that's not possible? And we're what, 2.5% away from that? And realistically, like once you pass 10%, you're in correction territory. So we are here. Let's just call it there. So 672.5. We're what, 6-7 points away right now? 1% from a correction.
Stepping away for 2 minutes.
Oh, good. So again, ignore all the lines here. This is all. I need to go in and clean some of the stuff up. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. People think, hey, 15% correction is not possible. Well, here's what 15% looks like right there. Oh, it happens to hit this beautiful level. Interesting. Previous highs on January of 26. And let's see, from March 30th, March 30th to here, we made 35%. Okay, I can't make this stuff up, guys. I just talked about it. So you got to make 15% to cover inflation. You got to pay your customers 15%. That's 30, and you want to make 3% if you're managing a book. I can't make this stuff up, guys. From March until here, so in what, 3-4 months, you made 35%. You made your year in 3 months. You think it's time to take some profit? Maybe. And the trouble is, like, we don't have to stop. We could literally take out these lows, like, it really, really start to bite down. Okay, not to put doom and gloom and fear or whatever, but look around us, guys. Inflation, Hormuz, war, yes, no, who knows? I mean, that's the trouble. Like, and then people start to fearmonger, and then you get people really afraid because, like, oh, I should have sold here, I should have sold there. And that's usually when markets really start to bleed, and then, you know, prices collapse, and bulls are there to buy the. So talking about companies, I thought AMD was, no offense to Lisa, she runs a great business, but you know, I thought it was overvalued, and apparently a lot of other people think that now too. AVGO guys, might have to punch my ticket on this one if we don't get a bounce here. It's a small position, so I don't mind. And Oracle we're still in full share size, so like Oracle's kind of covering my day basically. Would cost me some change. That sucks. But right now, Oracle keeping me green on the day.
I see we broke through 864.75 on Micron while I was away. Finding support on Alphabet at pre-market highs.
Wow, this is really biting down now, guys.
Yeah, I might exit this position. See if we can hold that support.
Well, AVGO guys, I'm gonna probably have to get rid of this thing. Worth noting, catching a falling knife or going counter trend can be dangerous, so sizing is important. You guys saw today, I took a shot on AVGO. Kept chasing it down. We finally got filled at 380. Now I'm down 4 points. That kind of sucks. Even with a small position, it's more of like a, got in too early. It's okay. Microsoft definitely rejecting that 392 now.
Palantir re-entry is now eating away at all my profit from the day.
LRCX, ouch. Let's see. They report this week too. Wednesday, I think. Yep. Does VRT report this week? Yeah, VRT does. 2 days. All on my watch list. Again, it could have been to the upside or the downside. Really just kind of bummed that AMD, actually I didn't even have it on my watch list, I just noticed that, but AMD was the one I wanted to watch to see what we did right here. So as you can see the screen, like pre-market lows, right there. I was watching at that 520, 521 area, like, oh yeah, if we break that, I'm gonna short it. And then, let's just say, got distracted. And look at me, tagged it. I'm like, oh, cool. It's holding. I'll short it if it gets back there again. Let me step away. Boom! Oy. You're right. I need to call the doc back and be like, dude, you know how much money you owe me? And then he's going to be like, actually, you know how much money you owe me? I'll just tell him copay.
Discipline, Christian, discipline.
I'm sure the socks in it. Yeah. Well, it's sure. Mark, no doubt. All of those. All the different ETFs. Got socks as one. Oops. Too many X. Socks. Straight down. SMH. Another one.
Let's see if Google gets back into pre-market.
Still in the AVGO trade because it's small. Qs are absolutely getting pelted right now, but the SPY, surprisingly, not nearly as bad. Not nearly as bad. Which is telling me we should be looking at what? Any guesses? Oh, darn. I just beat you guys to the punch. So markets overall look pretty healthy outside of where you see all this red, where a lot of people are trading actively. But
now also, guys, look at the difference between when I showed that chart about an hour and a half ago, right? Versus what it looks like now. Look at where all the greens are: finance, retail, health, right? It was exactly the opposite about an hour ago.
Rotation. Yep.
Rotation.
Well, it just goes to show, though, too, how dangerous it is when you have a heavily... Guys, I got to kill this AVGO trader out of there. It just goes to show how heavily weighted these markets were in, we'll say, the AI hype and the IT and the tech. And then you forget names like this. Boeing. What about healthcare? No one's talking about healthcare. And then here's okay. Again, maybe I'm too early to this thing again, but you ready for a new indicator? There it is. You guys see that? This is a bad sign, in my opinion. When you see this happen, make sure you got some money in the bank.
For the rug pull?
No. Well, maybe for the rug pull.
Oh, McDonald's. Are you on McDonald's? Sorry, okay.
Yeah. So this, I'm calling it now, but when you see this and you see this moving higher the way it is, let's just say this is not bullish in the markets. Yeah, that's my opinion. It means that there's fear coming.
I'm considering switching on Palantir. Let's see, I might go short now. Just holding, still holding.
The Qs are not stopping. And my Oracle trade now is pulling back. No. Uh-oh. We might accelerate here.
Palantir's going the wrong way.
Oracle. No bueno. Yeah, I am a little concerned to see this level of rotation into Walmart and McDonald's right now. You know who owns a lot of McDonald's stock?
No.
Warren Buffett.
Oh, yeah, of course. Is that in his one of 6? Oh.
That, Coca-Cola. It just so happens that McDonald's has been rumored to have a special version of Coca-Cola. Like their whole like water filtration system or whatever. I don't know. What do I know? Let's start the rumor mill here. I think of like, again, not to bring up COVID again, but during that time, you turn on the news one day, like mask, no mask, figure out like what's going on. For me, when I see these names move like this aggressive, this means slow the spending. So that's what I'll be doing. What do you mean, Clifton? What was all over the place? Yeah, no. I know. I'm saying like in general where, we'll say I had plenty of people I knew where, the mask goes around both your ears and magically would just be hanging off of one ear, or, you know what I mean? But you'd have people saying like, telling you got to wear a mask as if they were a doctor. You're like, yeah, you're not a doctor, dude. Like if they're saying wear a mask. If you don't, then whatever. But for me, when I'm talking about like specifically for stocks, when I see Walmart and McDonald's moving up the way they are right now, aggressively,
that means they're going to safe havens.
Yeah, they're moving to where
parking the money in safe havens.
Yeah, exactly. Money's probably going to shift directionally towards less expensive items like McDonald's and or Walmart. But I got bad news for you. Have you been to McDonald's lately? I mean, late night I've had a glance, we'll say, and it's $15 for a value menu now. Yeah, I just saw that too, Rick. That bounce off the bottom right after it took me out.
Okay, I've gone short Palantir, guys. I took a short trade. I exited my long position. Damage control, because that wiped up 70% of my profits from this morning.
Oh, AVGO, you silly little goose. You see that? Right after it took me out. 375 was enough grace. I got it, 375. What is it? 336, 375, 36. Oh, well. That's the bounce I was looking for, Rick. A little too early to the party. What's new, right? That stinks. Oh, well. I'm going to be happy to get back in it, but I don't want to get in at 380 again and then have it go back to 375, That is a nice bounce, though. Just hoping that bounce happened when I was in there.
See Michael Burry still holding his shorts on Palantir.
Oh, he's throwing down on a few new names.
A few new names, yeah.
Yeah. What were they? I checked them out actually over the weekend.
I think he had AMD there. Let me double check. I also had it. Okay, a bit of a relief bounce on pretty much across the board.
Micron, one that he shorted.
AMD was
NVIDIA. Sold more Caterpillar. So he got out of there. Maintained his shorts. Added to his socks position. Yeah, so I mean, look, I'm not gonna. Clearly the guy's brilliant in his own right,
Mm-hmm.
For me, we've talked about it here. I think there's merit in a sell-off in chips and in tech, but who's to say where the bottom is the top? This AVGO trade, come on, Rick, seriously, Rick, did you do that? Were you buying the dip there, Rick? Were you shorting it into? Oh, DVG's going long at 380, huh? Boom,
yeah.
Let's push it to 375. Ouch. Man.
Were those instructions, Clifton, or were those demands, right? Like, was it kind of forced on us?
Well, we're still not
through the arts of subtle persuasion, or in many cases not so subtle. Oof, nice pop there on Alphabet.
Okay, so let's go back to the stoplight real quick. There's your break. Can you take a risk here? Sure. Stop loss could be here. Is this a dead cat bounce? Take out the bottom. I don't know. Look at this volume. Look at the volume all day. Just nothing but selling. So can we get back to 682 plus into the green zone and push? If you wanted to get bullish, now it might not be a bad time, but keep your stop losses tight. AVGO, Rick, what the heck? Did I get my second chance and miss it? No way, man.
AMD as well. Oh.
Did you take it, Rick? I'm still in my Oracle trade. I'm taking it easy today because I thought some violence like this was going to happen in the market, and, well, here we are.
Nice, Mark. Rick. Well, hopefully what you're lacking in smarts, you might make up for in looks. I'm just kidding.
No, man, this,
don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
It sucks that, I get taken out and no more than 3 minutes later, Rick? Is that about right? 3 minutes later, we turn around and rip it. Oh, well. It's what it is. Still no Oracle trade. Full share size, so I don't care.
Still in the Palantir short.
You know what? Here's the worst part though. So I'm not like, you know, a massive green day at the moment, but because we're full share size on Oracle, yeah, we're green for the time being, even with the small loss in AVGO. You know, does it suck to give back a couple $100? Yeah, of course.
So guys, look at Tesla's 5 minute. That's like a classic continuation.
I think you're right too.
Formation. Retest of the 308.51. Let's see if that gets rejected. It could squeeze up to the VWAP and then get rejected. But if it's literally a textbook trade, you know, your entry would be 308.51 with your stop just above VWAP for continuation to the downside. And then the target, which we should look at, right? I mean, it's already had a massive move, but we're still early in the day. Let's pull up Tesla.
That is mildly frustrating.
Tesla on a higher time.
MU looks great too for that turnaround trade. Us to view up.
Okay, guys. So that where we literally bounced on Tesla, that 308 is on the weekly, right, where the 200 EMA is. So we just hit the 200 EMA. Investors Paradise, right? That's on the weekly. So
have you always used the 200 EMA?
For investment, yeah. That's my line in the sand for investment. And I generally try to keep my DCAs around that level, either below or above, depending on where my personal average cost is. But I generally, when on an investment account, I try to keep it as close to the 200 as possible. And then I take all my profits above that, and I use that as my gauge, like my keel on a boat, you know, like the what is it? You guys will know the terms better than me. I'm more of a bike kind of guy, getting into boats, but I like to ride on boats. I don't like to look after them. AFK, me bad. Yeah. So in this instance, so like what I would be doing now, DVG, is I'd be building a position. So for argument's sake, this would literally be the level, right? 308.51. Depending on the size I want to be in, my target. So let's say my target's 1,000 shares, right? I would buy 250 now, and then I would obviously then monitor the price action. I mean, just look at that 1 day. Look at the 1 day chart. Look at that volume. We've been waiting for this. Look at the difference. Let me pull this up. Just before I do that, let me quickly have a look at where my Palantir trade is. Okay, that's also going against me right now. So let me just focus on this, and I'll come back to what I'm saying on Tesla, because I think it's important for people to see.
Oh, AVGO.
I'm looking at that right now, Rick.
I wonder what let me pull up the call options here. Nah, you know what? I'm not going to do that today.
Rick, if we hold above this 127.10, I can see us staying in the range between 127.10 and 135.14 pre-earnings. So the thesis still holds, right? And it's kind of coming back into the original thesis. So right now, I'm hoping I don't get shook out of this, because I've switched, okay? I've literally gone out of my long position. I'm in a short position now, but I'm literally sitting in this kind of liquidity zone, and I'm getting shook out, right? Which is annoying, but at the same time, the original thesis is coming back into play. So as soon as we sit above VWAP, right, and if we can hold this 127.10, I would still be holding long, right? Now I might have to switch again, right? Third switch, but I also don't like doing that too often, because you know, within those actions are inherent or intrinsic uncertainty, right? And we don't trade uncertainty. So if I'm flipping too often, then where's my substance? Where's my stability, right? I'm unstable in my decision making. So as I see it right now, it's looking very bullish. Let's watch this candle. I'm watching it. And, this is going to suck, but I might have to exit. And then, so your trading range, Rick, to confirm, is this 127.10, 135.14. So go long on 127.10, ride it up to as close as possible on 135, if that's today, tomorrow, or the next day, and then exit. Discipline, exit. You could, if you look on the higher time frame, you've seen my charts, right? It could run up to 139. Why? Because we have that resistance level, I think it was the 50 EMA, outside of the descending channel, sitting at 141.15, I think it was, thereabouts. So that's how I'd be trading it. So if you want to go long, it's a safe entry here with a tight stop, right? We're looking for the continuation up. Even if it sits in this range, you'll still be golden, right? Because you can re-enter again if it comes back down to the 127.10, but don't do it blindly. You have to evaluate and assess the thesis when it hits that point again, right? So the fact that we had a double top already, right? I could see it very easily now pushing for a triple top, right? A retest of the high. Do we get the breakthrough, or does it come back and literally just consolidate in this 127, 128.50 range? So I'll be looking for, theoretically, I'd like to go long here now, but because I'm in this trade, I'm kind of married to it. So it's testing my stop. My stop is just above VWAP. So I'd be cautious on the long. Also, looking at the 5-minute candles in this range, Rick, there's a lot of wicking, a lot of volatility. So until we get confirmation of the direction, I wouldn't be entering long. So you could take the early entry long on this point here now, right, at VWAP. You could do a 1-point trade or 2-point trades perhaps, but it just depends how much do you want to squeeze out, right? Do you want to play it up to 135, 134.90 be safest? But we haven't got confirmation of that yet. So early entry would be now, slightly riskier. You could also take the breakout trade. But as I said, that's not confirmed yet, and we're actually quite far from that taking place. Q's looking to retest at 683, which, look where the confluence is, guys. VWAP and your 20, right? Your 20 EMA literally just crossed VWAP and is now crossing that support line of 683.48. All bearish. Those are all bearish signals. That signals continuation of the downside move. But let's see what happens at that level. That's a beautiful confluence. That's a nice tradable confluence on the Qs. So I'm still leaning bearish on Palantir, just based on what we saw those last two candles do on the 1 minute. Right, rejected off its VWAP, came back under 127.10. If we stay below this, I will continue to hold my short position. But again, this is also, as it stands right now, it's pretty much, I would say, 60-40 bearish, but it's more of a 50-50. I would caution 60-40, but let's see if we get some acceleration here. The 1 minute just crossed the signal line. So
yeah, I've been testing some indicators, and I'm tempted to at some point try to showcase them, but I don't know. I'm testing them now just to see if they actually work. So no, I definitely no. Yeah, AVGO, it was a small position, but I was looking at if anything in the 375 print, it was game over for me. We got there and I went, oh well, bummer. Even with a small position. So it's okay.
Rick, it's 50-50 here. Long or short, it could go either way, right now it's kind of still favoring bearish neutral on Palantir. Alphabet recovering nicely, looking to go and double top. Seems to be a bit of a V-shaped recovery on that last move. I think Scott enjoyed the wedding so much he ended up joining them for the honeymoon.
I'm telling.
No. Thick as
I'm
thieves.
telling.
What happens in the room stays in the room. Snitches get stitches.
There it is, guys. Friday's low. We need to go back. If we tag that and fail, bummer. Lower we go. If we tag this and rip, well, let's look at the green zone.
Thanks,
Does
Mark.
this
Take care.
become a ceiling or the new floor? And I'm going to be kicking myself on AVGO for the rest of the day now.
Yeah,
Only
I'm
kidding.
kicking myself on that secondary entry on the Palantir. And I can't say it was greed because it certainly wasn't, but now I'm a little frustrated because it's pretty much eaten away at most of my profits for the day.
That's going to do it for me, guys. Scott will be back tomorrow. We should have a full house, but
Yep.
I'm going to keep this Oracle trade. Target's going to be 1, 2, 3 or more. We'll see. If not, happy to take a small red day, but I don't think it's going to happen with Oracle up where it's at right now. I'm green, but not, mega or anything. So we'll wait for Oracle to print a higher print. I'll definitely pay myself first. But traders, tricky markets, let's keep an eye on the stoplight areas, as we called them for the last couple of weeks here. We're in that green zone. We just broke Friday's lows. Keep an eye on that. Definitely keep an eye on, basically from 686 to about 695. It's kind of the green zone of where we've been finding buyers previously. There's no guarantees there, but we are definitely a long way off from that big old 722 that has been a big area of support and resistance for a long time. So definitely trade cautiously. Is this a buy the dip opportunity? Well, if you feel like it, let's be mindful. Sizing is important. And, risk profiles are different, but be mindful of that. Pay yourself first, rule number 1. With that, we'll see you guys tomorrow at the open. Justin, appreciate you being here. See you guys
Thanks, TVG.
tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless.
Take care. All right, there goes the Palantir. Looks like it's going against me. Oh, man. Why are you doing this to me, Palantir, today? I was done. Okay, I might actually take the long. Yeah, I'm going to go long, Palantir. Now I'm starting to get into overtrading territory, so I need to be careful, guys. Okay, I took the Palantir long. Google testing session highs, it looks like, or that resistance level. See if Google Palantir tests the session highs. I think this will be my last trade. I'll manage this one. I'll watch it. I'm going to stick around. I'm here with you guys while we do that. But I'd like to be done as soon as I can, which should have been an hour ago. I could see us getting follow through here with Google. But also be careful of the fake out and then come back into the range. Rick, the 20 is looking to cross the VWAP on the 1. We got a nice confluence and stacking on the 5 with Palantir. So it does look cautiously bullish. Tesla decision time. Palantir looking fairly decent. Let's see if we get some upside acceleration. And we do need broader market participation. Let's see, what does this heat map look like? By the way, Rick, I went full share size on Palantir. So I'll probably trim it a bit as we go up, assuming we do. But right now it looks like it does want to do that. So I'm holding. Even though we got rejected on SPY and Qs. Tesla also getting rejected. You're welcome. Now let's hope it pays off for both of us. It's getting round about that time for some coffee. Okay, Palantir, what are we doing? So what we want to have a look at, Rick, is the price action at session highs to determine whether we're going to continue to hold. Volume is increasing nicely. RSI is heading in the right direction, both on the 5 and the 1. Volume's looking good. Have a look at that 1 minute candle on Palantir's volume, right? We're 30 seconds, 40 seconds in, and we're already just tapped the previous volume high on the previous candle, right? So we've just equaled that, and we've got 15 seconds left on this candle. So volume has increased. Let's see if it continues. That's what we like to see. So we'll probably get a push up to the session high. Little pop up, and let's see if we get follow through. There's the volatility. Look at that. Whipsaw. Okay, thankfully I'm positive again. Back into the green. Tesla holding firm at that 308.51. Notice our price is compressing between 309.80 and 310.37. Squeezing. Still watching Palantir. Volume's looking good, guys. Looking very good. Volume still increasing. RSI's at 71 on the 1 minute, 66.70 on the 5. Good volume, good volume, good volume. Palantir is going counter trend at the moment. So just factor that in. I'd like to see us get above 130 to feel confident for continuation. So we still got a ways to go. Okay, testing the highs, guys. We just broke the session high. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, just testing it. It's Palantir specifically. Alphabet also testing session highs. Could considering exit and re-entry on Palantir just because of that resistance. I'm holding. Seen this fail too many times, but I don't think it will in this instance. I'm going to give it 3 or 4 1-minute candles. Make my decision based on that. Come on, Palantir. There we go. All right, let's see here, guys. Everyone keeping an eye. Do we get a pop? Patience, patience, patience. Okay, this might be the moment. Okay, watching the 5 and the 15 on Palantir. We've just broken the session highs. Switching back down to the 5 and 1. Looking for trim levels. I might run this up to 133.90, full position size, take profit at the top. I'm deciding as we go along, right? There's the volume that we wanted. Boom, we've popped. Is it a fake out or do we get continuation? Nicely up on my position, back into green. Rick, are you on this trade? Just be careful of a fake out. I think we're going to get continuation, so I'm holding. My man. How does that song go? I be rolling. I'm not a musical guy. I can't sing, only in the shower. Still looking bullish on Palantir. So still holding. Just want to get a little bit more out of this than what I originally planned, because I have to recover those losses from earlier, which I have now already done. But now I need to basically have enough profit that substantiates or at least validates the time I've spent in the market, right? So it needs to, remember, this is a business, guys. We treat ourselves as a business. Okay, there's the second push. Let's see if we get it. Continuation, break 129. Come on. Let's break that 129. Once we clear 130, then it's off to the races, guys and gals. It's a little nerve-wracking given its counter trend, you know, given everything else, but trade what we see. And based on what I'm seeing on the technicals, this is still going up. Could consider a trim. I might actually just take a little bit off. Just take a little bit off. Okay, there we go. Looks like it's going. shoot. Okay, I want to see Palantir break that 130 level. Okay, now we go into the higher time frame. Kind of, this resistance isn't unexpected. We're kind of hitting it a little bit earlier than expected though. So we want to get above 130.60 is where we want to get above to stay confident in this trade. Looks like we might get another push here. Starting to get over bought on the 1 minute. Let's see if we get a little bit of a pop here. You could sell a little into strength. We're going to get some resistance at that 130.40 level. Got to get through that psychological 130. Volume increasing again, bullish. Hopefully some of the YouTubers took that paper trade as well. Or any one of how many we've called today, right? Not just me, obviously all of us. I'm saying we collectively. Right, my target on this trade is 133.90. I've lowered it. And I'll trim as we go up. And if that plays out, I would have likely been very close to doubling my original profit from this morning. So that I would say is worth my time, right? Because we've invested additional time in the markets because we're not trading capital, we're trading time. So I need to make absolutely sure I am adequately compensated for my time. No emotion, folks, no emotion, right? We trade from a stable base, solid foundation. Okay, Palantir still looking good, slowing down a little, but still looking good. I don't like the trickling, so usually I'd start to trim a little bit more here. Take a little bit, but let me see. I want to I'll take a little bit more off here. Because this is a day trade now. Okay. Took another 100 off. So 10% off. Okay, so I've got 60% of the position still running. Is this commentary helpful, guys, or am I irritating you with my voice in your ears? It's like a Benzinga alert, 44 Trading Nation style. Okay, there's a 129.95. Pretty much Palantir is the only one moving on my list at the moment. Nice, good volume there on the 1 minute. Expected resistance below the psychological level of 130. If we can get above 130.60, I think we're going to find some acceleration. There's a retest of the 9. So usually if I see that kind of candle, I would exit. Actually, I might just do that because I can play it safe, guys. I'm going to exit and look for re-entry at a lower price. I don't need to play this 9 EMA game. Okay, wait. I'm just watching. If we lose the 9 EMA, I'm going to exit fully and then look for a re-entry closer to VWAP or at 128.70, around there or thereabouts. But if we respect the 9, I'll hold. I'm still holding because we're respecting it. Don't want to exit too soon. Don't want to cut my nose off to spite my face, right? So now we're going to go test the high, session high on Palantir. Second test. 3, 2, 1. Come on. If we lose the 9, I'll sell immediately because it could be a fast candle down. But this is looking bullish. It's getting a little bit of extra breath for the next leg up. Palantir's taking a deep breath. Do we get it now? Could even consider, if we get acceleration, adding back the 400 I sold. That's what I love about trading. It's so dynamic, so many different decisions that you can make in any split second. You have to make the one that's right for you and your portfolio. So we get a little bit of consolidation here at the top. Not unexpected. It sends quite a positive signal if we break that 130 psychological signal. Looks like we're going to retest. Okay, here we go. Testing of the session high. Do we get continuation? See if we get some acceleration. Volume dropped off on that last candle, so be careful. I think we're going to get a breakout here. It's looking good. We're early in the candle, very early. Hope you guys are still with me. Okay, we just broke 130. Volume increasing. Nice early volume here on this 1 minute candle. We're going to get some acceleration here, guys. Okay, I trimmed a little there. I took off 10%. So I'm now in half position size. And I've got no problem adding back again if we get significant acceleration. If we don't, we lose the 9. My stop loss is basically on the 9, just below the 9 now. Yeah, okay. I'm going to exit. And look for re-entry. Okay, but the good news is I am, you know what, I could actually walk away. I don't need to put more time or effort or energy into this because I've spent longer than I wanted to today, right? Know thyself. Discipline, discipline, discipline. This could continue. I don't need to play it out. Protect your mental and psychological capital first, guys. That's discipline, right? And I can't tell Christian not to jump back in if I go and jump back in, right? And how many stones have I cast today? Let me see. I think I'm over my threshold. My own. Where? Okay, there's a retest on the 20, right? Which is also a safe re-entry point, but I think I'm done trading for now, guys. But of course, I'm giving you guys the tips if you want to take those trades. So that is a relatively safe entry, standardized textbook entry. If we lose 130 and we can't get above this level, my next long entry would be at 125.81, right? So I'd wait for that pullback. You could DCA in at 127.10 and then your second entry at 125.80, or you could wait for it to come all the way back to 125.80 and then potentially go long from there. But also bearing in mind, we have to look at the higher time frame. So where Palantir closes today is going to tell us a lot about where we're headed for the week. Okay. If we close above this 127.10, I would be cautiously bullish leading into earnings. But we'll see. Let's see how we close out, and then I'll give my thoughts perhaps in the morning on what I think is going to play out. But as of right now, Alphabet, Google doing what we expected, Palantir doing what we expected, SPY did exactly as expected, same with Qs, right? And then Micron, I mean, literally all of them. Tesla, same story. They all did exactly as expected. So, gosh, guys, I think on the calls we were probably, 90-10, I would say, maybe even higher across the board through the room. So thanks to, obviously, Christian, DVG, Clifton, the whole gang, Rick, Mark O. I mean, you guys are all legends. We couldn't do it without you. And we're all in this boat together. Seth, I don't want to miss anyone. You all know who you are. I think I might call it, guys. I've got this nature's call. and I think I'm pretty much done for the day. So you know what? I'll keep an eye. If anything materializes or I see something special, I'll come jump back into the room. Would you guys like me to keep my stream up? Or are you happy with Clifton's screen on the board? Good on you, Christian. Well done today. Amen. Absolutely. Very welcome. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to sign off. I may be back a little bit later today. As you know, I'm always watching the markets. So if we see something special, I'll come in and bring it to you guys. Just be careful. Look at Micron. A lot of wicking there, even though it's small candles. Market's slowing down for the most part. I don't think we'll get much acceleration below this 736.58 level on SPY. You might get a blip down and then recovery, but to see continuation, I'd probably expect an afternoon fade out if that does, if this is a market corrective territory as opposed to controlled pullback. It's now starting to look like rotation, sector-based rotation, and some degrees of correction. So looking at SPY right now, this could push down lower, contrary to what I was just saying. But watch the volume. I'm watching now because I'm interested. I'm curious to see, because this could actually blow out now. If it does, the levels are there. I mean, you guys don't need me for that. I think you all know how to read it. You've got the charts. And done is done, right? So done is done. And remember, guys, red is not dead, right? We were green, then we were red, and then we came back to green, right? So we don't give up. We don't throw our oars out the boat, right? We stick them in, and we row ourselves back to shore, okay? We don't come back empty-handed. God bless. Have a great day. We'll see you in the morning, maybe a little bit later this afternoon. Take care, guys.